Welcome to a sunny afternoon from Fenway Park as we get ready for a day-night doubleheader between the Tampa Bay Rays and the Boston Red Sox. Hi again, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome to Red Sox Baseball. Today, the Red Sox and the Rays are going to play two. And for the Red Sox today, it is Alfredo Aceves on the mound. He has been so important, making some very good spot starts for the Red Sox so far in this season. His last two starts have come in just over 2 weeks apart, but they're both equally successful. Aceves lasted 6 innings in each start, picking up the win each time out, and this will be his second straight start against the Rays, who he held to 4 hits and 1 run last Wednesday. We welcome in Hall of Famer Jim Rice today, and Jim, the Red Sox playing a day-night doubleheader. How tough is it to play 2 in 1 day?
I don't think it's that tough because you sort of apply yourself that you know you're going to have a doubleheader, so it's been going on for a while as far as knowing that you're going to play a doubleheader when you come back off the road. I think it's mainly just to get the first game out of the way. You have a little break in there, you go get something to eat, probably rest yourself in the whirlpool, you come back and play another game.
And there does seem to be a lot of history between this Red Sox and Rays matchup so far this year.
I guess you probably say that one tried to intimidate the other more than anything else, but of course you know Tampa Bay has a good ball club, the Red Sox has a good ball club. And I think by coming into the Eastern Division at a little later stage as far as the Red Sox, you try to take advantage of the younger team, and these are very young guys, but these guys are experienced.
Well, today we'll see the Major League debut for Will Myers, one of the best prospects in all the game. He'll be in right field today. We come back for Game 1 of their day-nighter. In part by Benjamin Moore, your New England Buick and GMC dealers, Hyundai, Toyota's official site for deals, buyatoyota.com, and by Southwest Airlines. Well, it's a beautiful day in Boston as we play a day-night doubleheader from Fenway Park, and welcome inside Fenway as the Red Sox and Tampa Bay Rays meeting. Let's check out the visiting Tampa Bay Rays starting 9 today. It is Matt Joyce leading it off in left field with Desmond Jennings in center batting second. Ben Zobrist at second base in the 3 spot with Evan Longoria at third base. James Loney's had a terrific year at first base. Will Myers makes his Major League debut in right field with Luke Scott, the DH, batting 7th. Jose Molina does the catching, he bats 8th, and Yunel Escobar at shortstop bats 9th. On the mound today for the Red Sox, another spot start for Alfredo Aceves. His 9th appearance of the year, 6th start. He comes in at 3-1 with a 5.58 earned run average. 22 strikeouts, but he does have 19 walks. Opponents hitting at 301 against Aceves. Now the Red Sox defensively today from left to right. It's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Will Middlebrooks at third base with Stephen Drew at shortstop, Jose Iglesias at second base, and Mike Napoli at first. It's actually Pedroia at second base. As from left to right across the outfield, Nava, Ellsbury, and Victorino. And doing the catching today is Jared Saltalamacchia for Alfredo Aceves. Well, the umpiring crew for game one today: Jerry Davis behind the plate, Lance Barrett at first base, Dan Iasanya at second base, and Mark Carlson is the umpire at third. The conditions here today at the ballpark, very nice. And of course, today's game is available in Spanish by pushing the SAP button on your television remote. You enjoy the game. 72 degrees at the ballpark. Breeze in from right at 6 miles per hour. There is a chance for thunderstorms in the area, but as we start, it is a nice day, and that breeze is blowing in. As Matt Joyce stands in to get it started here in the first inning. Hall of Famer Jim Rice alongside here today is ready for the first pitch of the ball game. Is Alfredo Aceves. And that is in there for strike one, and we are underway.
Well, Don, if you say checking the wind's blowing in. You as an outfielder, the fielders could be a little hectic out there today. Check that wind.
Well, we checked it right away. We can tell it's blowing in because our stuff's blowing all over the place in here. And that's how we know it's blowing in at Fenway. Is that's in there for strike, and it's 0-2. It has amazed me, Jim, how Alfredo Aceves has been called upon, and each time he's pitched well. Every time he comes up and gets a chance, he does something good. Well,
he knows what he's got to do. You know, he wants to come to the big leagues and wants to stay. And see, when they call him up, you really got to come out and make sure that you have your A game. If your A game is not here, they're going to send you back down. You're probably going to go down anyway, but still you put in more positive in the head than anything else by having a good game.
Well, he's had a good game when he has been given the chance to start. He's 3-1 coming in. That will just miss. Appeared to be a pretty good pitch, but Jerry Davis not giving him credit for it, and it is 2-2. Aceves has made quality starts in his last two outings, going 2-0 with a 1.50 earned run average in the last two. As he zips that inside for ball three.
Had him on the ropes, 2 strikes, and then you try to nitpick a little bit. Now you go to full count.
Yeah, tried to grab the corners and could not. As there is Desmond Jennings, who leads off quite a bit for this Rays team. He's batting second today. That's not nibbling. He gets him. Strike 3, and a good pitch from Aceves. So he strikes out Matt Joyce.
You know, when you're on the pitch count, I think, you know, if you as a pitcher, if you go after guys, your chance of staying around a little longer is pretty good. And as a hitter, if you show me at least 4 or 5 pitches, I feel like that I'm in control now. So if you have me on the ropes, try to bury me.
More pitches you see, I would imagine, be a better thing as a hitter.
Yes.
Well, Aceves has got the first out. Here is Desmond Jennings, who takes a pitch low. Jennings, the heir apparent for Carl Crawford in Tampa Bay when he left. His numbers starting to come together here. It's taken some time. 1-0 pitch is fouled off. That's one of the things I'm still kind of surprised about, is that Carl Crawford, of course, came here and left, but he was such a great player in Tampa Bay. I really thought Crawford would be outstanding with the Red Sox when he joined the Red Sox. It just didn't work out here.
Well, I think you're in a high market you're in a high market city, and all of a sudden you come to Fenway Park, you have a different idea of playing the wall and playing in Tampa Bay. If you look at the history of the Red Sox, there's not too many, not any, left-handed throwers have been over in left field. And so I thought it was very difficult for him to really get the hang of the wall, and he felt like the wall was more his enemy than anything else.
Well, nice play at third base by Will Middlebrooks, who was in on a sharply hit ball and a good lunging play in the air, and he throws out Jennings. Full extension there for Middlebrooks, and he throws out the speedy Jennings at first base without a problem. 2 down. They'll bring up Ben Zobrist. It's a 270, 4 homers and 36 runs batted in. It's a high fly ball to right field. Shane Victorino is underneath it. Wind will bring it back, but he'll make the catch. It ends the inning. Aceves with a 1-2-3 first inning. Red Sox are coming up from Fenway. Only enjoying day game baseball here at Fenway. 1 of 2 here today, and Molly the Green Monster scoreless as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Jacoby Ellsbury, Shane Victorino, and Pedroia to bat here in the first. As we look at the rest of the Red Sox lineup, it's Ortiz, a DH, with Napoli at first base. As the Red Sox batting order is brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers. Nava's in left. Saul Telemakia does the catching. Will Middlebrooks is at third base. He bats 8th with Stephen Drew at shortstop, batting 9th. On the mound today for the Tampa Bay Rays is Chris Archer. We just saw him last week when the Red Sox were in St. Pete. His 4th start of the year. 1-2 for the 4.80 earned run average. 13 strikeouts and 9 walks. And opponents hitting at 228 against Archer. So here is Jacoby Ellsbury to lead it off in the bottom of the first inning. Ellsbury was 3 for 17 in the series against the Orioles. And 2 of those hits coming in the final game of the series on Sunday. Ellsbury leading it off here in the bottom of the first inning. There is strike 1. So it seems to make a huge difference anytime you can get Jacoby Ellsbury on to begin a game. And it seems like he is somewhat of a game changer.
It is, but you know, my theory is just that if you are the first hitter and you sort of like dead red, you're watching for the ball, they say, well, you got to work the count. Even if you work the count, doesn't mean you're going to get a base hit. I'm seeing the first pitch that I think I can hit, I'm swinging. That's what I'm getting paid for. I'm swinging the bat. I'm not for that work that count stuff. And there's not too many hitters that are good hitters that enjoy hitting with 2 strikes on them. 2 strikes on the hitter, advantage, pitcher. If I'm going to get 2 strikes, I want to get 2 strikes by swinging.
And how many good pitchers are you really going to get to hit sometimes in an at-bat? This one is drilled to left field. Joyce going back and be off the scoreboard. Joyce can't play it cleanly off his bare hand, but into second base goes Ellsbury with a wall ball double to get it started here in the first. Pitch ends up being about belt high as he turns on it and sends it out towards the monster in left, and Joyce can't play it cleanly.
You got to learn how to play that with experience.
It takes some time to be able to play that wall. 9 times a year is probably not enough.
Gomesy can play it.
Well, Matt Joyce out there today for the Rays, and here's Shane Victorino. 277, 2 homers and 10 runs batted in. Victorino takes strike 1.
It would be a good time to hit the ball to the right side.
Trying to move that runner along. And Victorino set it out towards center field.
That'll do it.
Jennings will get there and make the catch as Ellsbury tags and moves over to third, and Victorino able to get that runner to advance. So Victorino gets the job done as this is a day-night doubleheader from Fenway Park. Don Orsillo along with Hall of Famer Jim Rice in the booth today. And Jim, you were talking about day-nighters before the game. Your Red Sox kind of, I guess, you come home, you get the day off yesterday. You expect today to be kind of a long day at the yard, but it's so hard to win both games, it seems like.
Yeah, but you know, you have an advantage because you're at home, because, you know, you think about, if I'm at home, I have a little more time so that I can relax than anything else, because it's a big difference about playing at home and playing on the road. It really is.
And a day-night scenario here because of the rain out earlier this season.
You know, one time when you play a double hitter, you stay in the clubhouse, you didn't have really, you just had sandwich back in the day. So now you can almost get a full meal by going upstairs with Esau out there cooking. You get a full meal.
Things a little different.
A big difference.
Infield in all the way around as Pedroia fouls it straight back. 95 on the fastball from Archer.
You don't have the clubhouse kids going out and get anything special. You just go upstairs and tell Esau what you want, and everything's down on the table. Right?
Everything's special every day now.
It's good to be a big leaguer, isn't it?
Now there are so many more places you can go now, certainly in the clubhouse area. That is elevated. Pedroia chases at 95 miles an hour. But the clubhouse is a little bit different than it was when you played here.
Big difference, yes.
Yeah.
You know, you got a little more room that you can sit down and have a good time. You can go upstairs and relax. You got big screen TVs and everything. You got food up there. It's mainly just home away from home. That's what it is now.
A very comfortable place for the Red Sox, as this ownership group has done a terrific job in getting up to speed on the amenities, not only for the fans but also for the players in the clubhouse areas. Red Sox trying to jump on top here in the bottom of the first inning with Ellsbury at third base, one down. Pedroia backs out. Joe Madden's Rays coming in with a 36-33 record. 3 games over 500 and 5 games back. This is out to deep center field. Jennings going back at the wall to make the catch, plenty deep enough for Ellsbury to tag and score the game's first run. RBI number 40 of the season for Dustin Pedroia, and the Red Sox take a 1-0 lead. He just wanted to get something in the air, and he did.
Well, Jennings thought that ball was going to carry to the wall. He started to jump right here, and it tells you right there, the wind out there. Any other time that ball could have been out of the ballpark, definitely off the wall. So you really got to check that wind.
Well, Jennings able to get back to make the catch. 2 outs here in the first inning.
It's good to have speed.
It certainly helps. Here comes David Ortiz. DH's average has dipped below 300 a few times this season as he hits at 299. 14 homers and 49 runs batted in. Had a slow trip from an offensive standpoint. It was 3 for 26 on the road trip. And a swing and a miss. That one's by him at 96. A little giddy up there from Chris Archer.
Oh, I seen you been around Eckershire a little bit, huh? That's some hot cheese.
Call it cheese. I didn't call it lettuce. I
had a little hair on that one, didn't you?
It did have a little hair, though. Yeah.
Come on, Dave. Put some clippers on this baby.
Yeah. 4 days in a row. I'm starting to get some of it. Educated cheese was new to me. I had not heard that before. That was the first. This one is fouled off and gets a big piece of Molina, who goes down.
Now we got a little time. Why don't you explain it to the fans?
Educated cheese is a veteran pitcher who has to spot his fastball. It's not, lettuce. His cheese is still somewhere in, 90s to 94. This one catches him in the back of the head on the backspin. No, it doesn't. Hits the front of his mask. And he goes down. Certainly they do not want to lose their catcher here in game 1 of a day-night doubleheader. Molina hit on the mask as Ortiz checks on him.
See, baseball becoming over the last couple of years a friendly game. Could you imagine Carlton Fish touching Thurman Munson?
Making sure he's okay.
So. Yeah, right. Bill Lee touching Greg Nettles.
I can't see that.
No.
Let's check out the Tampa Bay defense while we have a moment here. Third to first, Evan Longoria and Al Escobar, Ben Zobrist and James Loney in the infield. Left to right across the outfield, Matt Joyce, Desmond Jennings, and Will Myers. And Jose Molina, who's just been hit in the mask with a foul tip, catching Chris Archer, and Molina shaking off the cobwebs here. We've seen more of this season, seems like, than in a while. And Molina with the hockey style mask, as well as we have seen David Ross have issues with that mask too. That one got the side of his face, kind of the jaw area, on the outside of the mask, and he went right down. He's going to stay in the game for now. So Molina taking a couple. So Molina stays in the game. Ortiz climbs back in with a count of 0-2. This one fouled back. Ortiz got Mike Napoli behind him in the order today. Did not have him for a couple of days. And it seems that makes somewhat of a difference not to have that power guy behind you. It's almost like they could pitch around David sometimes. I'm sure you had that happen.
I did, but in Baltimore, they really didn't pitch around David. David made a couple of minor mistakes as far as not driving the ball. Because when you go to Baltimore, he would hit a lot of balls in the air. So if he's hitting balls in the air, he's not driving the ball when he go out the ballpark. And that was David's thing right there. Sure, you want to have a good hitter behind you or someone to protect you. But David just said he missed a lot of pitches. He didn't drive the pitches to Baltimore.
And the guy hitting behind him actually did a pretty good job. And Mike Karp, who good series again in Baltimore, continues to do good things whenever he has a chance to play. He left with an injury, and he's going to be all right to play here today in one of the games at some point as Ortiz fouls it off. Still 0-2.
Now for him, this is a good at bat. This is a great at bat.
He's fouled off a few, and here comes the 0-2. Not chasing that. 1-2. Second time the Red Sox have faced Archer this year. Third time overall. 26-year-old. Fourth start of the season. Spent the first 2 months of the year at AAA Durham. As Archer now backs off. Broken bat with a fly ball to left. Joyce is there, and he makes the catch. It ends the inning. The Red Sox get a run. We will get the quote of the day when we come back to Fenway. It's 1-0 Boston.
By one going into the top of the second, and the Orioles actually took 3 out of 4 games in this past series this last weekend against the Red Sox, improving their record to 5-2 over the Sox this season. And that brings us to our Geico quote of the day, and it comes from Will Middlebrooks on the disappointing loss against the O's. Said Baltimore is obviously a good team, a good pitching staff, but do I think we're better? Of course. The ball didn't bounce our way all the time. I wish I could have done more, and we'll go get them on Tuesday. Don?
All right, Jenny, thank you very much. And the Red Sox here and the Rays. It's become a very good matchup over the years and truly a rivalry between these two teams with lots of history as Longoria leads it off and takes a pitch outside. I guess these things are going to happen, though, when you play teams 18 times a year.
Yeah, but you don't think about the ball. You just think about good baseball.
Yeah. Which is going to be in there for a strike, and it's 2-1. Always something, though, with these two teams. It seems like year in and year out. Been at least one dust up a year over the last couple years.
But Don, the key thing here is that you really can't pitch inside, and you look at everyone with the arm pads on, everything. But you really got to give a pitcher some part of the plate. You know, you got to give him the inside, outside. He can have all the plate he wants, as long as he doesn't come over the white line in that batter's box. I'm good with that.
So you can respect the guy who comes in on you as long as he doesn't come way in on you.
It's part of the game, as long as he's not throwing him ahead. It didn't bother me. That was just part of the game. And if you hit one of their guys, you hit one back, it's even. Let's go play baseball.
This will miss to Longoria, and it's a leadoff walk to begin things here in the second inning. First base runner of the day for the Rays as Aceves worked very carefully to Longoria. And it'll bring up James Loney. Loney had a terrific start to the season. He was hitting at .375. In the middle of May, that average has dropped down to .301. It's still a pretty good year for Loney. He's had a tough series against Kansas City. It was a 4-game series that the Rays finished up their homestand on. He was 0 for 14 in that series, and now it's just 1 for his last 21. He was sitting at .370. Time that this decline started for him, but we saw James Loney last year, and kind of the knock on him over the years has been a lack of offense. And this year so far, I've been much better offensively.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with your team, the cities that you're playing in, and what they expect of you. If you're playing with a team that's giving you a lot of money and sort of put you in that fourth spot, you're the guy supposed to hit home runs and drive a lot of guys in, but he's not in that spot. And then when you got Longoria down there, he's the one that's doing all the work. He's the one you gave all the money to, so it really takes a lot of pressure off the other guys.
Loney has responded very well, and chance to play here on an everyday basis as he takes a pitch down and in. Aceves all of a sudden has lost a little bit of his control. It's 2-0. It's a difference on the road for Loney. He's not enjoying hitting in Tropicana Field so far, although 4 of the 8 home runs he has are at home, but the batting average dramatically different.
Yeah, I saw it. What, 370 compared
Yes.
to 240? I mean, what's wrong? Normally everyone try to hit better, should hit better. They feel like at home because it seems like you're more relaxed. And you get there and you get a better view of the ballpark there. So I don't know what's wrong. You can't wait to get on the road.
Back here, certainly a familiar place for him. Part of that Dodgers deal last year that brought him to Fenway. And Red Sox signing Mike Napoli and not bringing back Loney. They'll take the 3-0, and that's ball 4. Ooh, very close pitch. Back-to-back walks given up by Aceves. Well, enjoy Unmatched Bruins pre- and post-game coverage on NESN and NESN Plus for Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final tomorrow night. NESN Plus will start things off with 90 minutes of pregame coverage starting at 6:30. Once the game ends, NESN Sports Today, Bruins post-game special on NESN. The only place with live, expansive post-game coverage and the only place to see unlimited video highlights. If you're a Bruins fan, NESN and NESN Plus are where you want to be for the best in Stanley Cup Final coverage of the Bruins. First major league game, first major league at bat for Will Myers. Durham this year, he hit a .286 with 14 home runs. Baseball America's 4th top prospect in the majors, and here he is as he gets a start today. Called up and swinging at that first pitch in the big leagues. Then pop it up to
Center fielder.
And it is the center fielder, Jacoby Ellsbury, handles out number 1 of the inning.
You know, back in the day, you look at Myers just got in, and all of a sudden you look at a guy like Pedro Martinez, a guy like Bob Gibson. The first thing he did, he was trying to dig a hole. Rookie, Bob Gibson said, "Look, son, if you want to dig that hole, I got one you can dig a little deeper, a little chin move." But you don't want to do that right now because these teams have had their ups and downs.
Right. I mean, there's been a lot of warnings before games have started in some instances, and it's the way it goes when these two teams get together. Here is Luke Scott, who has been in the middle of some of these. It's a .240 on the year, 4 homers and 23 runs batted in. Back-to-back walks to begin the inning for Alfredo. Tries to work around that. It's got Myers for first out of the inning. Luke Scott, primarily a DH over the years with Baltimore and in Tampa Bay. And first, to get your thoughts on the mindset of the DH. I mean, how hard is that to just worry about hitting and not play defense at all, really?
I think when you're talking about being a DH, you really want to think about hitting some of the guys. But when I became a DH, I still wanted to play. I felt like I could go out and play, and you're more involved in the game when you're out there as far as playing defense. Some guys had this mindset that they were a DH like a Don Baylor. Guys that came over maybe from the National League that strictly want to hit. Now they played every day. So it's a way of earning big money after you feel like that you can help another team or you can't play the field anymore.
And certainly David Ortiz has got into that role here for a long time for the Red Sox. Still can play first base when need be in the National League ballparks, but There's some guys who don't like to just DH, and that it is hard to focus on one thing, as kind of obsess on sometimes that one thing, especially if you're not going good, I would think.
Well, I think when you come to the ballpark, you may go out there a couple of days, or you know when you're going to go out there. And so what do? You go out there, you get a little loose, you go out there and take a couple of fly balls, ground balls for the position you're going to play, and you put yourself in your mind in the frame set that you're going to play offense and defense now.
2 on, 1 away. Luke Scott waiting on a 2-1 pitch from Aceves, who has slowed things down here with the runners on, and he misses badly down and in. Alfredo's last 2 starts, well, they've both been wins. Against Philadelphia in a 6-inning 1-run effort, and then against these Tampa Bay Rays in Tampa Bay, he gave up 1 run in 6 innings. Each time he has been sent back to the Pawtucket Red Sox. This is lying down the right field line, a fair ball, and trouble. Around from second base comes Longoria. He'll score. Loney heads to third, and into second with a double goes Luke Scott as the Rays tie the game 1 aside. So a walk certainly costly in this inning, and Scott right down the line in right field picks up an RBI double. Ended up being right over the plate. Victorino quickly over to play it before it hugs that wall and fires back in, but Scott's got himself an RBI double. You were talking about all the gear that guys wear now. It's amazing to kind of wear all that stuff on your elbow, and you can lean right over now and get very close.
And you keep that first base coach busy by having all that arm
all that stuff. Second and third here, 1 out. And here's Jose Molina, who was tagged with a foul tip defensively last inning. Stayed in the game, but definitely jarred him.
No, I never thought about that.
Which is going to miss. In at 239, 1 home run, 8 runs batted in. This one foul back, and it's a ball and a strike.
Molina's what, about 4 or 5 of them?
Yes,
and all of them are catchers. There's 3. They should have a school down there.
We had Benji Molina, who's now retired. You have Jose Molina, who's bounced around the American League East, it seems like now, for a long time. Toronto, New York, and Tampa Bay over the last bunch of years. And you got Yadier, who's better than all of them.
They're great catchers.
Yes, they are.
Catchers.
Yadier with St. Louis has become a great hitter, too, offensively.
When you talk about being a catcher, as long as you're a good receiver, if you hit about a good 240, 250, and be able to handle the bat and move it around, you're surrounding the game a long time.
I was amazed by catchers who go through so much, and by the second half of the season, they've got to be tired. I mean, from an offensive standpoint.
Well, you look at a guy like Carlton Fisk, and you know, and you're talking about Pudge catching down in Texas for all those years, I mean, day in and day out. You really think about it. I mean, just playing every day, but when you're thinking about a catcher getting beaten up like these guys here, it's a lot of wear and tear on the body.
The Molina brothers have always been good catch and throw guys, and certainly not known for their speed. Although we did see Benji hit for the cycle here at Fenway Park, and he needed a triple to get it done, and he got it done. 3-1 pitch is outside. That's going to be the 3rd walk of the inning given up by Aceves. So base is loaded with 1 out. That's going to bring out Juan Nieves here, and he is quickly out of the dugout with some control problems for Aceves. Full-fledged meeting at the mound. Download Dunkin's new mobile app. With it, you can load a Dunkin' Donuts card and pay right from your phone. You can also receive exclusive mobile offers and send Dunkin' gift cards. Message and data rates may apply. For full terms of use, visit www.dunkindonuts.com/mobile terms. Bases loaded and 1 out as Yunel Escobar stands in. And he'll take ball 1. Not getting that low strike call today from Jerry Davis.
I think we got to go back to the Miko, see what the Miko says here. Then we'll call him and say, look, we got to look at the Miko here.
Get in touch with him on the field.
Yes, and that's in the borderline there.
There's a 1-0 to Escobar, and that's called a strike as grabs the corner, 1-1.
But if you watch the umpire is sort of like in the inside. So he's telling you I can see the ball much better if you throw the ball inside than outside. Look at where he's at, it's salty.
Yeah.
He's the inside caller right now.
That'll miss, and it is 2-1.
But look at the Omika, see, it tells you right there. So somewhere down the line, we got to get the Omika right, or we got to get the umpire right.
Saltalamacchia catching Sebas last time out and here to work well with him as this is on the ground to short.
Tailor-made.
Drew to second on to first. It is indeed. And much needed for Alfredo Sebas. He walks 3 in the inning. Only gives up 1 run. Coming up, Napoli, Nava, and Saltalamacchia. Baseball, the day-night doubleheader from Fenway, game tied 1-1 as we head to the bottom of the second inning, and Yunel Escobar grounding into a much-needed double play for his Sebas, and plenty of time to turn it as it turned out. And Alfredo walking 3 in the inning, but only giving up 1 run. So the Rays able to tie it up though, 1-1 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Napoli, Nava, and Saltalamacchia expected to bat.
You know, with Escobar, that was a good pitch that you could try to elevate here to the right side. The ball's already over there, and he pulled that ball. It seemed like when hitters get in tight situation, they always want to pull the ball. But you got the bases loaded. The only thing you're trying to do is get a fly ball. I'm really trying to get the shortstop or anyone to move left or right, not a double play. But I like what he did. Double play, let's go home.
Well, Mike Napoli leading it off here, returning to the Red Sox lineup, missing the bulk of the Baltimore series. Started the series for the Red Sox at first base, but then had some nausea and some lightheadedness. Came back to Boston to get checked out. He was cleared and back in there today as he takes strike 1. That's the last 3 games. He was removed in the top of the 3rd inning on Thursday night due to that illness. And breaking ball missing 1-1. Well, the Red Sox only facing Archer for the 3rd time, but having to face him for the 2nd time in less than a week. Did you find it was an advantage to face a pitcher twice in a week, or I mean, would they switch it up on you 2nd time they face you?
No, I think a pitcher is only going to switch up on you as far as pitching wise. I guess maybe if the guy's in scoring position, but still is almost the same. But I think if he's getting you out, he's going to stay the same. If he's not getting you out, he's the one who's got to make a change. And I think you as a hitter, you got to make some kind of adjustment.
One, two is outside. Starting to become cloud covered here at Fenway Park. Had lots of sunshine we got started, but clouds rolling in from the left. There's a chance for precipitation today. Here's a 2-2. This one fouled off above the Red Sox dugout. Napoli now, Nava then Saltalamacchia in the inning. We've spent a good amount of time talking about Daniel Nava, who waits on deck. I mean, he has been terrific this year, and I don't know if you expected it, but coming out of spring training, you wondered if he kind of make the team. Not only does he make the team, but he's been an everyday player.
Well, I thought he had a good shot last year. I mean, gave him all opportunities in the world to make the ball club and go out and really take a job. I think if he put in his mind if he wanted to take a job at last year, he should have went out and he could have had himself a job. And now he's in a situation where he got a chance to play every day. He's probably saying to himself, well, I didn't do this a couple years ago. You know, and so now he's having fun. And being a switch hitter, can play all, you know, really all three outfield positions, and then he got a little bit of first base. To me, it makes me a much better player because I know that someone wants me.
Yeah, the fact that he came to spring training ready to take some ground balls at first base has really added to his game. Hasn't had to play there a lot, but just the fact that he can certainly helped his way onto the roster.
Just in case.
3-2 is ball four, and Napoli hits a walk against Chris Archer to send it down to Jenny.
Well, Don, today marks the third doubleheader the Red Sox have had this season, and it's rare when you see a team sweep both games of a twin bill. So that brings us to our AT&T Twitter question of the day, and it is, why do you feel it is so difficult for teams to win both games of a doubleheader? Send us your tweets using the hashtag #HowSweepItIs, and we'll reveal the best ones later in the game.
All right, Jenny, thank you very much. Again, hashtag #HowSweepItIs. It does seem difficult to win both, and if you can do that, it's a good day.
It has a lot to do with the pitchers.
Yeah.
If the pitcher's not hitting their spots, you got a professional baseball team, you're not going to win. The pitcher goes out and hits his spots, you play defense, and you play a little fundamentals, your chances are much better to win.
Well, this we know. We will see Chris Archer in game one for the Rays. Jake Odorizzi is in game two for the Red Sox. Felix Doubront goes tonight. This is, as Jenny said, the third doubleheader of the year for the Red Sox. Red Sox were swept by the Royals on April 21st and then split a day-nighter with the Angels on June 8th.
You mean the Royals swept the Red Sox? Well, they won 2 games, right?
That would be sweeping them.
Okay,
yeah, both ends.
They did it. The Red Sox did hit, or they had bad pitching.
It's a combination of both, maybe, that day. The Royals, who started so well, have now fallen a little bit in the American League Central. They are 5 games back of the Tigers. As Kansas City took 2 out of 4 from Tampa Bay. As you see, Saltalamacchia waiting on deck. And Molina's going to head out and talk to Archer. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach for the Rays. Are you a leader of a group of 20 or more? If so, a Red Sox game at Fenway Park is a perfect place for your next outing. Call 617-226-6835 to talk with a group ticket representative to plan the perfect trip to Fenway Park. Red Sox and Rays tied 1-1 here in the second inning. Leadoff walk for Mike Napoli, and Daniel Nava is ahead of the count 3-0. That's outside, not close. Ball 4, and back-to-back walks. And this will bring Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, out. Sevis, who had walked 3 in the second inning, and back-to-back batters to begin the second. He only gave up 1 run. We'll see what the Rays starter Chris Archer does. It's amazing. The Rays seem to keep gathering good pitching after good pitching and let some guys go. They trade James Shields this offseason. You figure there's going to be a big hole in that regard, and there hasn't been, as they've got more good pitching coming up through their system.
Well, I mean, they're sort of like already set as far as the fielders they're going to have out there, so they're looking for pitching. And then again, with the pitching that they have right now, they can go out and find another player if they need another position player. Because why? The pitching is so good, not only in the big league, but in the minor leagues also.
They are incredibly deep and have been now for the last few years, and they just keep bringing them up, and they have been pretty good in not rushing them to the major leagues. Here is Jared Saltalamacchia, who bats a 2-on, nobody out. That is strike one. Last 8 games, the starters for the Rays have been struggling. 8.34 earned run average for the rotation, which is pretty unusual for them. There's a check swing, ball in the dirt, 1-1. .41 innings, allowing 61 hits. The opponent sitting at .353 the last 8 games against the Rays, starting rotation. 1-1 is a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Archer on the changeup, and Saltalamacchia out ahead of that.
Toughest pitch to hit in the game.
Changeup.
You know, you can get people out here to throw sliders and everything. You have a couple of BP guys who throw you slider, but can't throw you a changeup. Same arm motion as the fastball.
This one fouled back. How many guys do you think tip pitches and you could tell what they were going to do?
I didn't look for it, but some guys could pick it up. Eddie Yost was good at that. Burleson, Remdahl could do it. But I didn't really look at it. I always thought that the guy's going to throw 2 pitches, a fastball and a breaking ball. But when you went to Detroit had a guy named John Hiller. I mean, he could throw a changeup on the mound, walk up to the dugout, the ball's still not there. And so he was the type of guy that you had to sit on changeup. Even if you look at changeup, you still couldn't hit it. I used to hate it. I
was always amazed by Pedro Martinez and his changeup. You could literally tell the guy you're going to throw a changeup and still get you out.
Good location, good arm speed, the whole works, because no one really wants to hit a changeup. You know, when you're taking batting practice, everyone throws fastballs, and when you get in the big leagues or you get in the game, they have another pitch beside the fastball. So you as a hitter, somewhere down the line, you're going to get a breaking ball, especially you got a fastball, curveball, slider, change, or split. You're talking about 5 pitches. Unless you dice K, you got 6 or 7. So one's a fastball, the rest of them are breaking balls, some off speed.
You felt like the changeup was the toughest thing to hit.
Yeah.
Did you face any knuckleball guys?
Yeah, I got my first hit off Wilbur Wood.
That wasn't a problem then. 2-2 pitch is on the ground to first base. Loney's going to go to second for 1. They're coming back to first for 2. So the Red Sox rounding into a double play. Saltalamacchia on the 3-6-1 with Archer covering, and those are 2 big outs as Napoli takes third. Exactly what the Rays wanted here. And it was hit sharply enough that they could turn it without a problem. They turned their first DP of the day, and runner at third. It'll bring up Will Middlebrooks. That is only the second double play grounded into this season by Saltalamacchia. There's Middlebrooks. He takes a pitch inside for ball 1. Will hitting under 200 at 199. 9 homers and 25 runs batted in. A 3-run homer in the 7th inning in Sunday's loss against Baltimore. What are you seeing from Will Middlebrooks? It has not gone right so far this year for him offensively.
Swing too big. He's working around the ball. And Will, when he swings now, his left foot is up. Seems like he's getting the ball too far back or too deep. And he's working around the ball. Balls he got jammed. Even the home run ball he hit in Baltimore, the ball was still away, like he was trying to pull the ball. He never got on top of the ball. He got around the ball. When you get around the ball, your swing is a little big. And, you know, at one time, Will, he take that ball inside. He could turn that ball. Right now, he can't turn it because his left foot is up in the air. You can almost, you know, see what size shoe he wear, and he's working around the ball.
Well, we got a taste last year for Middlebrooks on a daily basis in 75 games. He put up some big numbers. Here he will take the walk, and the third walk given up by Archer of the inning. So both starters with 3 walks in the second inning. We got first and third, 2 down, and Stephen Drew coming up. And Drew digging in here from the number 9 spot in the Red Sox order. 215, 5 homers, and 28 runs batted in. That's in there for strike 1. I was always kind of amazed by Stephen Drew's brother, J.D. Drew. You never saw him dive. Because he didn't need to. I mean, he'd always get there. He always kind of cheated one way or another on a pitch, and he'd always seem to get there as a good fielder, get a good jump each time.
Well, you always got to anticipate the ball's going to hit to you. And those are the key things as far as playing really in a position. When you anticipate the ball's going to be hit to you, at least you get a good idea of his jump. And normally what you try to do, you try to get a good start when you play off the catcher. If the catcher moves inside, you try to cheat to the left side, or vice versa, go that way, cheat the other side. So he was good as far as reading the hitter and plus playing off the catcher a little bit.
And Stephen Drew here trying to drive in the go-ahead run. Red Sox have runners at first and third with 2 down. And this one fouled back, 97 on the fastball. Archer reaching back for a little extra. He throws hard. Archer listed at 6'3", 200 pounds. From Raleigh, North Carolina. Pitch outside, 1-2.
And I think Myers from some part of North Carolina, isn't he? He's from Charlotte or somewhere up there.
Will Myers is from Thomasville, North Carolina.
Yeah.
All the great players come from the Carolinas, isn't that true?
Some of them.
1-2 is going foul.
You know a couple?
I know one anyway.
Well, I know 2. Larry Doby from Carolina. Yeah.
Yep. Well, Archer trying to pitch his way through here. A tough spot in the second inning. Napoli at third base. Middlebrooks at first base. And Drew waiting on a 1-2 pitch. And get him in on the hands. He flips one out on a hop to second, and the force out will end the inning. Red Sox cannot score in the second. We're tied at 1. This youngster having a good time at Fenway. Red Sox to be members of the All-Star Game 35 times and automatically be entered into a sweepstakes for signed jersey and meet and greet 2013 Red Sox All-Star. Vote today, www.mlb.com/votes. And you can write in Daniel Nava's name. His name is not appearing on the All-Star ballot, but you can vote for him. And there's a ballot box here, and certainly can do so online as well at home. Up to 35 times you can vote. So Nava hoping all 35 will be for him. As Matt Joyce leads it off here in the third inning. Joyce, Jennings, and Zobrist. Infield stacked up on the right side, and a shift for the Red Sox with Pedroia in short right. And a pitch missing inside. Did he go? No. We'll check with Mark Carlson, third base umpire. The Hall of Fame induction is coming up, but they're not inducting any players, which is kind of strange this year. Are you still going?
We got to go.
You got to go.
What's so strange about it?
The no players are going into the Hall of Fame?
Well, I mean, the writers have a reason.
Yes,
they had a reason.
There is a reason. Yes.
So if the reason for the writers are writers' rules, so evidently you got to talk to the writers to find out what was going on.
Well, I'm sure you still have a good time.
Oh, I do. I enjoy going back, listening to some of the stories. You know, guys talk about guys they played with or played against and how good they were. And you just sit back and go, I mean, it's a fun time for those couple of days up there. It's really a fun time.
Now our friend Tim McCarver will be going into the broadcaster's wing. Ford Frick Award winner this year. And congratulate him on all of his work over the years.
He get his 10 minutes of fame. That's all we want. We want 10 minutes.
Something short.
Over 10 minutes, they would get up and walk away.
Did you know that going into your speech that it had to be relatively brief?
Well, I was very fortunate to have a teammate that was in the Hall of Fame. And I played with him, of course, Carl Yastrzemski. He said, Jimmy, he said, if you ever make it to the Hall of Fame, I will be there. Yaz showed up, and then he told me another thing. He said, Jimmy, if you go over 10 minutes, I'm gone. So I did my speaking, and I sort of look at Yaz, and I better cut this short. And after I finished, Yaz left. So 10 minutes, yeah. So everyone was saying that, I'm going to give you 10 minutes, and that's it. They give everyone 10 minutes. And then you watch it, they start twitching and turning everything. You say, hey, I got to get off of this. And believe it or not, McCarver goes over 10 minutes. Some of the guys would get up and walk away.
Walk out.
Yes.
Well, into the shift goes Matt Joyce for the first out of the third inning. I mean, how can you summarize your entire career and all the people who helped you and your family and everything else in 10 minutes? That's tough.
But think about those 25 to 30 guys, how many behind you, looking at you and telling you, let's go.
Let's wrap it up.
That's right.
Down for Desmond Jennings, who takes strike one.
I guess you said all the people that have helped me to get where I am today, thank you. Don't call out any names and get out of there.
Jennings grounded out to third base in the first inning. All the other action in the American League is tonight, and that includes right here at Fenway Park, where we play game 2 of the day-nighter. Here's an 0-2 pitch. That's up and away, 1-2. Dark clouds making their way over here from off the left field side. Lights are coming on here at Fenway Park. Two and two. Seventh in his career against Tampa Bay, 3-1 with a 2.27. Breaking ball popped up, foul ground. Napoli going over as far as he can, but no play. A happy fan right there on the catch and foul ground. Swing and a miss, and Aceves picks up his second strikeout of the day. Well, he had struck out Joyce in the first. He strikes out Jennings here in the second. And that one up and in as the pitch zone on NESN is brought to you by Amica. Nika Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance. 2 outs here in the 3rd inning, and Ben Zobrist coming up. Zobrist flied out to right field in the 1st inning. I was kind of amazed by Aceves, who does things a little bit differently. He changes up stuff all the time, and right now where he's standing is about as far on the first base side of the rubber as you can go.
I've been watching that, and I thought maybe when he was throwing too many balls in, inside as far as, well, really away from the right hand, if he moves over a little bit, he can get more balls to the inside corner. But hey, that's ace.
Time call, late time call. Aceves just looking on. And that'll miss inside, 1-2. On the ground down the first baseline, a foul ball. This has to be a frustrating year for Aceves. He spent all the time in the big leagues that he had, and now this year kind of being the odd man out, being sent back and forth to AAA, brought up pitching well each time, but then going back again. It got to be frustrating.
It is, but you want to be in the big leagues, but at least they're keeping you around. Believe it or not, if he's pitching now and if he's not up, someone else is looking at him. So he got a chance to maybe go somewhere if they're not happy with him right here.
And this is to right field. Victorino going back. This is going to be over his head, and it's going to one-hop the base of the short wall. As into second base goes Zobrist. Ball hit a long way to right. It is a 2-out double, and the second hit of the day for the Rays. Right out over that time, and Zobrist just turns on it, sends it out to right field. Quickly over the head of Shane Victorino. So a 2-out base runner in scoring position here for Tampa Bay, and it brings up Evan Longoria. Jim, this is a guy you really can't let beat you. He is the offense for this Rays team. When you think about the Rays offensively, this is the guy.
Well, you got to pitch him, because if you're trying to give him a walk, then the next guy come up and hit a 3-1 shot. You got to give him a chance to get himself out, because you got 2 outs. You got to go after this guy.
306 batting average on the year, and Longoria will take that outside. He's tied for 6th in doubles, got 20 of them. 36 extra base hits on the year, tied for 4th in that category. He will chop one to third. Backing up a step was Middlebrooks. Throws in time to end the inning. So the Rays leave a runner in scoring position. Jacoby Ellsbury will lead it off in a tie game. Bottom of the third inning, game tied 1-1. And it'll be the top of the Red Sox order. Jacoby Ellsbury, Shane Victorino, and Dustin Pedroia anticipated in the inning. Ellsbury doubled in the first inning. He's got the only hit so far for the Red Sox. Keith Folk is here today in the Legend Suite. A legend in his own right, and the final out or assist on the final out of the 2004 World Championship, and will forever be remembered for that season. Did any of the, and I often ask guys who, of course, came close to winning World Championship but did not here in Boston. I mean, how'd you feel about that when they won at the time? I mean, did it feel like a good thing, you know, finally that the Red Sox had won? I know it's got to be different when you weren't part of it, but still.
It was a good thing. You know, when you talk about the fans, you talk about all the fans that have had season tickets from family generation to generation. All of a sudden you win the series. It was a good thing for the state of Massachusetts, of course, the Boston Red Sox, all the Boston Red Sox family, but it's mainly for the fans. They've been waiting so long.
Kurt Schilling saying that you know, this is not just for us, for all the guys that came so close over the years and the former players. And I often wondered if the former players felt that way, like, you know, we're part of it even though you weren't.
Yes, because I spent my whole career here, but still I felt it, but I didn't feel it because I didn't have anything to do with them winning. I mean, I supported them, everything else, but that was their time. When I played, it was my time. It was their time, and they did an outstanding job.
And of course, repeated it in 07. Would like to repeat it here in 2013 with this new group of Red Sox, as Shane Victorino enjoyed his World Championship with the Philadelphia Phillies back in 08. Ellsbury at first with nobody out here in the third, and a quick check on Ellsbury back to the bag. Bounce in. Molina hops up quickly as he picked it. He likes to throw it around. He bluffed that time, did not.
Big man with quick feet. It's amazing how feet there are for him, the quickest around the plate, but when he's trying to get on base, they slow down a little bit, you know what I mean?
You have quick feet in a small area. That's
happy feet.
Looks like they're going to go over and check on Ellsbury, and they do. And Jacoby's lead was not very large. He just stepped out one step. Over Cabrera, the Padres, has 31 stolen bases. So does Jacoby Ellsbury, tied for the major league lead. As Ellsbury gains his lead at first base. Archer missing again, 2-1.
It's a little tough here. Guy can get to the ball to first base quick, and the guy from catcher can get a little quicker down to second base.
Ellsbury, not used to being thrown out, was thrown out by Matt Wieters, who was terrific in Baltimore. He's throwing out 50% of the runners. This is to right.
First and third situation here. Keep going.
Ellsbury touches second and does head to third without a problem. And it's first and third with nobody out. And Jim Hickey looks like he may be coming back out again. This will be his second visit of the game. Rays have not had action in the pen yet. And a base hit here for Victorino. No problem for Ellsbury getting to third base as Myers gathers it in right. Let's send it to Jenny.
All right, Don, I'm here with a very special family, the Long family here. Jenny, great name. Can you tell me about your son?
Just amazing. We're just so happy to be here. It's so exciting to watch them both out on the field, and Connor and Caden throwing the first pitch. It's been an amazing time.
Now, Connor, you helped push your brother basically through triathlons. What made you want to do that?
I just saw something in a magazine and felt like I should do it with Caden, and we did it.
What does that mean to you as a brother?
Pretty fun.
Pretty fun. I'm sure it means the world. I saw you throw out the first pitch over there. You did a great job. You have some baseball in your future?
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. So happy to have you. Thanks for being our fan of the game. Don, back to you.
All right, Jay, thanks very much. With a good arm there, throwing out the first pitch. And enjoying the game here today. A 1-0 is in there for a strike to Pedroia. 1-1. That's with a sac fly in the first inning. Picked up his 40th RBI of the year. And he gets speed at first. He gets speed at third here for the Red Sox with Ellsbury at third and Victorino at first. Victorino starts and stops at first, gets away, but not far enough for Ellsbury to try it. This combination, when they are healthy, is a pretty good combination of the top two hitters in the Red Sox order, and Ellsbury and Victorino. It's a nice 1-2 punch.
It is. You know, I always tell Els, you're sort of like the key in the car. Once you get started, you got a lot of things that can make things happen. You can steal a base, you can do first or third. There's so many things, but it has a lot to do with that leadoff guy. Getting that leadoff guy on, and you got a chance to score some runs.
Toss to first, and back is Victorino. Victorino takes off. Molina throws down, and it'll be not in time. Not even close. And Ellsbury remains at third base. Victorino able to steal second, and now it's second and third with nobody out. That's a good pitch to go on a breaking ball. And Victorino able to steal second base. I think sometimes you got to be tough on the guys at the top of the order when to run, because you don't want to be running in front of the big guns coming up. Like back in your day, you don't want to be running in front of Jim Rice with him coming up here.
Well, one thing I don't know what understanding back in your day. back in your day, like I'm old.
No. This is line to second, and that's out number one of the inning. I didn't say back in like the 20s or anything. I said back when you played.
Okay. How about the 70s then? Okay. No, yeah, when I was in the slump, and I was very fortunate to have Don Zimmer as a manager, and I asked Don, I said, Don, we're going to try something here. Whoever's on first base, I would say we're going on the first pitch or we're going on the second pitch, sort of like a hit and run. So really try to keep you moving around, have an idea that you got to get your bat moving. So I didn't mind hit and run, especially when you're slumped, because seeing like you, as a hitter, you're more alert. You got to make contact. You got to swing. So I enjoy doing that. So I was considered a little gun, so they could run anytime they wanted to.
Green light.
Yeah.
Now here's David Ortiz with runners at second and third, trying to drive him in. And he will foul off the first pitch. It's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that he gets a piece of.
Come on, David. We just need one in play. Get someone in play.
Wind has shifted here. Kind of a swirling wind right now at Fenway at the moment. Blowing in from left center field. And Ortiz into center field, a base hit. Ellsbury will score. Here comes Victorino. Throw is cut off and gets away. Backed up by Molina. 2 runs in, and the Red Sox take a 3-1 lead. Big Poppy drives in a pair. First member of the Red Sox to crack the 50 RBI mark on the year. RBIs 50 and 51 for Big Poppy. High fastball that time that Ortiz turns around right back where it came from.
Sort of like dodgeball. See the pitch get out of the way?
Cleared Chris Archer and made its way into center field. 2-run score. And here is Mike Napoli with David Ortiz at first base and 1 down. In there for strike 1. In there for strike 2, 0-2. Napoli didn't like the call as he looks back at Jerry Davis.
Couldn't blame him one bit. Mika, hey, ball's up. I think I'm smelling the rain. He wants to get out of here.
It does feel like rain right now here at Fenway. It is not raining, but clouds are ominous as Napoli strikes out. He'll walk away shaking his head. And that is the first strikeout for Chris Archer. 2 down. Right by him, up and away. The fastball at 97 miles an hour. Here come those clouds off to the left. And then picking up here at Fenway Park as well. Red Sox have grabbed a couple here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 2 outs, David Ortiz at first. And here is Daniel Nava. We'll take ball 1. On the ground, foul, and it's a ball and a strike. Red Sox with 3 hits in the inning off Archer and 2 runs. This was Nava was the last batter Archer faced in Tampa Bay. Struck him out and then jumped off the mound. Very excited about striking him out. Actually kissed his bicep after doing that.
Oh, I thought he was showing that he had guns.
Yeah. Something like maybe that's what he was doing. I was trying to figure it out at the time. Nava was just kind of taking it all in like, what is he doing?
Yeah, that sort of put a little damper on you right there. So what is this guy doing?
Yeah. He just struck me out and now he's jumping around.
You know, you as a hitter, the first thing you think about, I want to get this guy. If I can get this guy here, I'm going to do both of my arms.
This was the strikeout I was talking about. Is he jumped off the hill and then kissed his bicep. Nava just kind of took it all in. I would like to do something here. Here's a 2-2 pitch. And it is fouled off. Still 2-2. Joe Madden's team coming in last night. They also had the day off yesterday, but traveled last night into Fenway Park for this 3-game series. A little bit over 24 hours. You'll play 3 games, and time called as beach ball has come on the field in right.
I wonder what outfits did they wear last night.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know if this was a theme trip or not. They always have them, it seems like, at least 3 or 4 times a year.
I don't know. They could think about Paul Revere.
Everybody dressed like Paul Revere. Don't put it past Joe Madden. He'll do some stuff. A plaid jacket trip. They've had all kinds of different trips, and I don't know. This is in the air left field. Matt Joyce Wind is going to push it a little bit towards the stands. No, a lot. And Joyce leaped in the air and could not make the catch. Reeves is really picked up. Joyce went pretty hard into the wall. It was playable in the beginning, but the wind just kept taking it.
False hustle. That wall's not going to move. He can't get up there. False hustle.
Not impressed.
No, not at all. Not one bit.
It looked good, though.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Highlights.
2-2, runner goes, and the pitch is a strike as Nava goes around, but Big Papi is on the move. That'll end the inning as the Red Sox get 2 runs to take a 3-1 lead. Fox Baseball is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank. Put your family first, job first, even your team first. Isn't it time someone put you first? Eastern Bank does just that with products like Eastern Free Checking. Here, you're first. Three to 1, Red Sox have the lead over the Tampa Bay Rays with 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Alfredo Aceves ready to work here in the 4th. It'll be James Loney, Will Myers, and Luke Scott expected in the inning. Hall of Famer Jim Rice alongside today for Game 1 of the day-night doubleheader. Red Sox into the shift here on the right side on Loney. One hopper hit sharply, knocked down by Napoli. Aceves will cover, and they retired Loney 3-1 for the first out of the 4th inning. A hot shot. Napoli able to get a glove on it. Had plenty of time to recover as he kind of kicked it, and Aceves over to cover with plenty of time. So 1 out in the 4th, and here's Will Myers' second big league at bat as he was called up yesterday, joins the Rays for his first major league game today. Of course, James Shields traded by the Rays to the Royals, and so much talk about Will Myers over the last year plus across Major League Baseball. We saw him in spring training with the Rays, and now here he is in the majors.
Seems like you're an old school guy, no batting gloves.
You like that?
That's all right. You gotta have some, like, you gotta have some flair. You gotta have some style.
This when it's fouled off and it's 2-1.
He reminds you a little bit of Dale Murphy.
Kind of looks like him a little bit.
A little. But look at the number that he's wearing. He's got to be a buffer to wear that down.
There's a number 9. He's 22 years of age. He was hitting at 286 when he was called up, 14 homers. And the Rays certainly looking for some more offensive thump, and they hope this guy can provide it.
Got a good shot. You know, when you come here and the first day you start in the right field, good ballpark to hit in, high hopes. Young man.
Leads all of AAA in RBIs with 57 as he grounds one foul. Entered the season as rated by Baseball America as the number 4 prospect in the game.
Who are the other 3?
Let's see, I got them for you. Yerkes Profar, who we saw from Texas, Dylan Bundy of Baltimore, and Oscar Tavares of St. Louis. Wynn's going to play with this, but there is Victorino, 2 down. Wynn is going to be an adventure here today. 2 outs in the inning.
It doesn't seem like the win on right field seems like it carries and all of a sudden it brings it back. You really got to check every inning, maybe every at bat.
It is a moment-to-moment situation with a swirling wind right now. And Victorino, who started back, then had to come in. A little slip made it interesting. But he makes the grab, 2 down. Looking back at that divot that is now in right field. There's a foul ball back and to our right. Luke Scott, the batter, 2 down in the inning. Scott doubled to drive in a run in the 2nd inning.
Wolverine.
It is an interesting look. This is into the shift, and it'll be Pedroia. Got to wait for Napoli to arrive. He does. It is a 1-2-3 4th inning for Aceves. Saltalamacchia will lead it off in the bottom of the 4th. Here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Check out the Red Sox runs today. Dustin Pedroia with a sac fly to center field that would score Jacoby Ellsbury from third base without a problem. And the Red Sox took a 1-0 lead. Runners at second and third when David Ortiz singled to center. And Ellsbury and Victorino both score. Put the Red Sox on top 3-1 in this game, and that's where we are getting into the home half of the fourth inning. Welcome to your first Red Sox game. And good luck to the Bruins back in action tomorrow night.
If they had said the first game, Don Arcello, they would have had a couple of hot dogs by now.
You're suggesting that if I was on the sign, I'd send them hot dogs?
That's right, because I know you got style.
You're right. This is turned on and sent foul down the right field line. Something that makes the sign better when you have
your name on it.
I'm glad you said it. I didn't say it, but that's what I was thinking. Saltalamacchia.
You could have both. Come on, everyone knows Rim Dog.
Yeah. Well, they might have known you were here today.
Yeah, but you guys, like a sidekick, Batman and Robin, know.
Right. So I'm definitely Robin in that equation.
Lauren Hardy, you know what I mean? So you gotta have,
Swing and a miss says Saltalamacchia is down 1-2.
Yeah, Abbott and Costello. We can think of a couple, you know what I mean?
Salty grounded into a 3-6-1 double play his first time up. That one runs outside at 96, just took off. It's up top, ball 3, full count. It is pretty dark right now over the ballpark at the moment. Lights are on as dark clouds overhead, and Red Sox certainly do not want a rain delay situation here today. 3-2. And a swing and a miss. Saltalamacchia strikes out 3 straight Ks for Chris Archer. NESN's coverage of Red Sox baseball is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank. Running your own business takes a team effort, and as the #1 SBA lender in New England 3 years in a row, Eastern Bank is a key part of your lineup. See how Eastern Bank puts you first. One out in the bottom of the fourth inning. A swirling wind here at Fenway Park at the moment. And Will Middlebrooks takes strike one. Walked in the second inning. It is a strike, and it's 0-2. Inside, missing the top corner. This is never a good sign, Jim. When this thing's swinging around like that, I don't know what it is or what it does, but usually bad things happen after that. You see that. It's not good. I don't know anything about weather, but I know that's not good.
Well, let's get 5 in and fly.
Exactly.
And the weather, the rain come and it stays about 6:30. You've already got rid of the first game, so we'll go to the second game.
Yeah.
Case closed.
That's a plan. Sox have a 3-1 lead. They like to get through the top of the 5th inning in order for that to take effect, but 1-2 pitch is grounded softly down the first baseline. Archer will flip to first, and Middlebrooks retired 1-3, 2 down. So Archer's now retired 4 Red Sox in a row, and it'll bring up Stephen Drew. Drew grounding into a fielder's choice in the second inning. there for strike one over the inside corner. Stephen Drew getting out of the number 9 spot in the Red Sox order today. Imagine we will see Iglesias in some form in the second game tonight. He's been an interesting guy, Jim, and you kind of waited for Jose Iglesias see if he could hit. Right now, he's been hitting so far.
Well, the glove's always been there.
Yeah.
As far as hitting, I think once you know your role, as far as what they got to have you up here for, and mainly just make contact and hit the ball from gap to gap, line drives, no home runs. Your home runs going to come later on, and you got a chance to stay in the big leagues. But those are the key things that he's got to work on right now. Just trying to make that contact, let the ball go where it wants to go. If he, he's got a pretty good speed. If the shortstop move a couple steps to the right and they got to try to throw him out, he got that beat.
Imagine we'll see Iglesias either at short or third in game 2. As Archer upset with himself, misses, but throwing hard still, 98 miles an hour in that last pitch. 2-2. Pitches less at this juncture of the game today than last time out. And a swing and a miss, able to strike out Stephen Drew, his 4th strikeout. So it is 3-1 Red Sox at the end of 4. Team. Thunderstorms beginning at 5 o'clock. That's good. Back at Fenway Park, Red Sox have a 3-1 lead as we head into the top half of the 5th inning. And leading it off for the Rays is Jose Molina. Escobar that Matt Joyce expected him. Molina fouls the first pitch back. Rays have been held to 2 hits today so far by Alfredo Aceves. He's retired 7 of the last 8 batters that he has faced in the game as he starts the 5th inning. And a swing and a miss for strike 2. He's just been this good so far. One of the games he's had a chance to start, and the last couple especially against Philadelphia and these Rays last time out. Continuing to do all that is asked of him in 0-2. And it is flip foul down the right field line out of play. There's an 0-2 pitch to Molina. And a broken back grounded to short. Stephen Drew will pick and throw for the first out of the 5th inning. Send it down to Jenny Dell.
Well, Don, Alfredo Aceves has won his last 2 spot starts here that both ended up in a trip back to Pawtucket. And manager John Farrell said he's actually done a very good job of doing that up and down movement between the Red Sox and the Paw Sox. And he said he's actually one of those guys that probably does a little bit better without a whole lot of structure. He stepped in, kept the innings under control, and as a result, we won the last 2. Don?
All right, thanks very much, Jenny. Yeah, it's got to be difficult for most players going up and down and trying to get any kind of routine, but apparently it's worked out pretty well for Alfredo Aceves. He's out to right center, and that's in for a base hit for Yunel Escobar. Trying to get the fastball over, and Escobar ends up sending it into center field for the 3rd hit for the Rays today. We're back up top now for Matt Joyce. Joyce 0 for 2. Struck out in the 1st inning, grounded out to second base in the 3rd. Joyce coming in with an 8-game hitting streak. None of a hit in the game today. Shift on in the infield for the Red Sox here on Matt Joyce. And he'll take strike 1. Throw to first and back to the bag is Escobar. And you just checked out the weather. I know you're not a meteorologist. Or maybe you are.
It says 5:15, but I think we'll get it before 5:15.
5:15. We're all right till 5:15, according to what you've seen.
Well, you know, make sure one. Make sure one.
And he'll get a boy. 1 to 3 on the put out of Joyce.
You know, he was thinking about going to second.
The ball was in the air for a long time. Wait for it to come down, and he does get Joyce at first base as Escobar takes second on the check swing. And Napoli getting out of Dodge before Joyce arrived. So 2 down, Escobar at second base, and here's Desmond Jennings. All right, I have some sources who tell me that it is pouring right now in Watertown. So
is that our partner over there talking to you?
That's it. I guess somebody telling me. Swing and a miss for strike 1. I'll tell you another bad sign. Another bad sign is that they've taken the cover off the tarp. That's a bad sign.
Hey.
It's always kind of a giveaway that they think it's coming.
We just have a little nice lunch and just enjoy the rest of the rain if it comes. When they start, we start. Buckle up. It's going to be a long day, guys.
This one up and in, grabbing the attention of Desmond Jennings. 0 for 2 today. Jennings rounding out in the 1st, striking out in the 3rd. Jennings had not 1 but 2 home runs in a game against the Red Sox in St. Pete, and he'll hit a 2-hopper to Drew at short. And that will end the top of the 5th inning. 4.5 in the books from Fenway. 3-1 Red Sox on top. Messes. WB Mason has a clutch lineup of janitorial products that will mop up the worst of your cleaning problems. And WB Mason delivers same day, so your worst messes will be yesterday's news. Well, it's on to the bottom of the fifth inning back at Fenway Park. Red Sox have a 3-1 lead. Top of the order, Jacoby Ellsbury to lead it off. Shane Victorino, then Dustin Pedroia. As Archer has retired the last 5 Red Sox in a row and 4 of the last 5 by way of the K. Ellsbury takes strike 1.
Ooh. Just a little bit outside.
Got the borderline call there from Jerry Davis. It is lightly raining here at Fenway. This is line to right and a foul ball. Well, introducing Buick's 2013 starting lineup. See how luxurious design, performance, and technology come together in one stylish package. And now is the perfect time to experience it for yourself. It's your local Buick dealer. Ellsbury fractured his bat, so he gets a new one. The rain gear coming out all the way across Fenway Park. Fans were ready for this possibility today. And here it is. So far, very manageable. Ellsbury to deep right field. Myers back there with room shy of the track makes the catch for the first out of the bottom of the fifth inning. And Ellsbury is retired.
You know, I probably think those Buicks are probably pretty hot. Those Buicks are pretty nice.
Yeah. Now look at this. I mean, you can get trapped in that thing if you're not careful. I mean, those are not the easiest things to put on, as we have noticed.
Just going to get a big handy bag. Just cut a hole in it. Put your 2 little arms in there. And that's all you need. You don't need anything else.
These are a little bit more extravagant than that. I mean, this is... He's got the good rain jacket going on there, though. This is slowly grounded to first. Loney will pick it and throw it away from Archer. And reaching at first base to be Victorino. He let him too far, just flipped it, and it gets by Archer. So Victorino reaching at first base. This should have been out number 2 of the inning.
A little fancy, wasn't it?
It was
fancy.
Answer that it had to be, and they charged Loney with an error on the flip. Archer almost got contact there from the base runner, and Victorino as well. So instead of 2 outs, bases empty, runner at first, 1 out. Got good speed at first in Victorino, and here's Dustin Pedroia. Throw to first, Victorino back to the bag. Dustin hit a sacrifice fly in the first inning, lined out sharply to second base in the third. Now, you are not doing game 2 here tonight, but you are part of the pre and post, yes?
Yes, I'm like Kane. You know, I just travel all over the place.
So you'll be traveling from here to Watertown, I guess, huh?
Yes.
Well, pitch is inside, 2-0. So this is a doubleheader for you then. Working both ends.
I don't mind. It's, you know, I can't play golf, so it will work.
Well, rain picking up in intensity now. And the wind has continued to blow hard here at Fenway. Three and 0.
Seem like they're running for cover.
Yes, they are. Center fielder Desmond Jennings over towards right center. Pedroia waiting on a 3-0. Victorino takes off, and that is ball 4. So down to first goes Pedroia with the 4th walk given up by Archer in his outing, and it's first and second now with 1 down. Of course, Light brings us today's cold hard facts. The Angels' Albert Pujols continues to crank out the hits and has now amassed 2,317 in his career. The lucky number is the 13th most in Major League Baseball history for any player through his first 13 seasons. And while it has been kind of a slow season for Pujols with the Angels, still one of the game's best right-handed hitters. He is terrific.
He is. You wish the guy can come up at least four times a game to see what he's going to do. I mean, the guy's a producer. That's how he got the big contract.
Raining harder now as David Ortiz stands in with 2 on and 1 out. And Ortiz fouls it off.
Yep, David's getting a little behind there. See, when guys are throwing hard, you just got to be short and quicker. Everyone thinks just because the guy's throwing hard, you got to swing harder. No, it's the opposite. Because the pitcher's applying all the power. You're talking this guy throwing, what, 96, 97 sometimes. So the only thing you want to do is drop the head of the bat on the ball out front.
Ortiz ahead 2-1. And he'll take that low 3-1. Now Victorino at second, Pedroia at first, 1 out in the Boston 5th inning. On the ground and through into right field, a base hit. Victorino being waved around, he will score. To third goes Pedroia on an RBI single for Ortiz, who has driven in another run for the Red Sox, who lead at 4-1. He's got 3 RBIs on the day. Big Papi got ahead in the count, and he hits this ground ball through the right side. And Shane Victorino scoring all the way from second base. So 4-1, Red Sox have the lead with 1 out here in the 5th inning, and it'll bring up Mike Napoli after a conference at the mound. 3rd time that Jim Hickey has been to the mound today. 10th time this year that David has had 3 RBIs or more in a game, as Josh Lukey is now up in the pen for the Rays. Remind you to stay with NESN for all the sports headlines of the day on NESN Sports Today. We'll have team coverage of the Bruins after last night's dominating Game 3 win, and we'll look forward to what needs to be done for both teams before Game 4 tomorrow night. And a whole lot more comes your way on NESN Sports Today following our Sox coverage from here at Fenway Park. There is Mike Napoli. Runners at first and third and 1 out. Pedroia at third, Ortiz at first, 1 down in the 5th inning. And a swing and a miss, 1-1. Well, the umbrellas are out and all the rain gear in full force here at Fenway. Archer up over 100 pitches as he deals, and that is fouled back into the seats. Center fielder Desmond Jennings over towards right center on Napoli. 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Napoli strikes out again, 2nd time today, and that's out number 2 of the 5th inning. Well, Archer's been able to reach back quite a bit. Amica Insurance, proud sponsor of the Amica Pitch Zone, and that's a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. That's the way he got Napoli back in the 3rd. He does it again here in the 5th. Flashes of lightning off to the left here as it continues to rain. And here's Daniel Nava. Nava with a walk in the second. He struck out in the third. And he takes ball one away. Would you mind hitting in the rain?
Well, good hitters hit it through the rain, so it doesn't matter through the rain. No, I mean, if everyone got to go out there and play, the key thing about when you're playing baseball, that's what you want to hit. I mean, I enjoy making a lot of plays out there on the left field wall, but you still enjoy hitting the baseball. So I think when you talk about it's rain, you just block it out more than anything else.
Well, Nava here with 2 outs and Pedroia at third base, Ortiz at first. It's going to miss inside, 2-1. Four runs on 5 hits, no errors for the Red Sox. A run on 3 hits and an error for Tampa Bay. Saltalamacchia waits on deck with 2 outs here in the 5th. Rays have Josh Lukey up in the pen. Archer up over 100 pitches at 106. Already a season high in pitches thrown. Is pitch in the dirt, 3-1. Well, this game summary is brought to you by Xfinity from Comcast. Archer 4 2/3, 5 hits. He has given up 4 runs so far in his outing today, while Alfredo Aceves, 5 innings, giving up 1 run on 3 hits, 3 walks, 2 Ks. David Ortiz has driven in 3 of the 4 runs the Red Sox have today. Dustin Pedroia the other on a sac fly. So a big first game today for Big Papi. 3-1 to Nava. And that's a strike. Full count. Nava will take ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Second walk of the inning, 5th of the outing allowed by Archer, and that's going to do it. As Joe Madden is going to make the change with the bases loaded here, and Archer throwing more pitches than he has in any previous outing in the majors. So Josh Lukey will be coming in here for the Rays as they make the pitching change with 2 outs in the 5th. Lukey will be in when we come back to Fenway. Jim will break down the highlights, and Jenny will take us into the clubhouse for player reaction. WB Mason, X Innings Live. You can't go wrong when you buy right. WB Mason. It is raining as hard now as it has at any point today. And coming down here at Fenway Park, and they are going to pull the tarp. So umpiring umpire Jerry Davis, as Lukey was about to finish his warm-up tosses, was about to end his warm-up session, but the rain here has come down hard, and the skies have opened at Fenway Park. So they are going to go get the tarp here and put it on the field, with the Red Sox enjoying a 4-1 lead, batting with the bases loaded. Now, the rule on this is it is an official game here. However, because you have a day-night doubleheader, you have to finish the first game before you can start the second game under the rule book, apparently, which will make an interesting situation here should this go on a while this afternoon and this rains into the early evening.
But that's the question I was going to ask you. So we go ahead and just sit here and do what we got to do.
Right.
Hope that we can get this first game in, win this first game, and we'll worry about the second game when the second game comes up.
So we're all about the first game
that's
right now.
Yeah.
And the Red Sox have had a pretty good game here so far, able to get to Archer in this game and chase him from the game with a pretty good approach.
The approach was try to go out and hit his mistakes pitches, and that's what they did. And, of course, you try to go out and you try to score his run as soon as you can and as often as you can to put a lot of pressure on the Rays, because the Rays will come back and show you what they all are made about, because they got a pretty good hitting team. But you still got to go out and win this first game. The Red Sox in a good spot now to win this first game. Hope we can get this first game out of the way.
And David Ortiz with a very good game today. What did you like about his plate approach today?
The approach, just go ahead and hit the ball where it's at. I think we noticed that they was sort of like trying to overswing a little bit, maybe trying to get that big home run, get it out of the way. But those base hits with guys in scoring position is just as good as that one home run you hit when you can pick up 2 RBIs.
Well, the Red Sox have a 4-1 lead here from Fenway Park. We are in the midst of a rain delay as we send it to Tom Caron. TC.
You're absolutely right. Such a smart hitter going up the middle in that first at-bat, so going right through the shift to drive in the first couple of runs, and then another hit for another RBI.